An employee introduction today too. Just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Who does?
Does?
Oh, yeah, we got that.
Okay.
Sorry. Of the year, the last one. Out of towners.
You're gonna be on your own.
We're hungry. Yeah, too tired.
What time is your
Too
closing?
tired.
What time's is your closing today? What?
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, and I will now call our last meeting of the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners for 2024 to order. And we'll do an agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, I would like to add Resolution 24-172 to the agenda. Resolution authorizing the execution of a contract for local government permitting software with OpenGov Incorporated. And I'd like to add it to section as 10A.
Okay, it's 10A. And any other changes?
I believe we're going to be introduced to a newly hired employee. You wanted to add that between 3 and 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds good. Okay. And having those changes, we'll go on. And if our county attorney can please inquire as to any conflicts of interest.
Good morning. You've reviewed the agenda items for today as just amended. Please disclose whether a conflict of interest exists for any matter before you this morning.
I have no conflict of interest.
I have no conflict of interest.
I have no conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I'll open the floor for any public or press comment. Again, this is limited to 3 minutes for each person, and County Manager Rears will keep time. He will notify you when you have 30 seconds left. And do we have anyone signed up? We do not. Okay. Is there anyone online?
No one online, Commissioner Bruin.
Okay. And seeing there's no one wanting to give public or press comment, we'll move on to the consent agenda. And are there any changes, or I'll stand open for motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda, which consists of the Treasurer's October 2024 end of month report.
I second.
Having the motion in a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And the consent agenda is adopted 3-0. And now we have a new hire introduction. And we have Jenny Jocelyn to present. Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to present John Henderson. He just started. He's our new front desk and office assistant at Human Services.
Good, welcome.
Welcome, John.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Happy to be working for the community.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, great. And do you want to tell us how long, do you live here in Gilpin?
Yeah, I live here in Gilpin. Coming up on 5 years here soon. So used to work for CU Boulder, but happy to find a place that's a shorter commute and working with a great team that's helping the community. So yeah.
Great. Well, welcome. We're glad you're here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you. Welcome,
Thank you.
John.
And then we'll go to resolution 24-176, resolution adopting the American Rescue Plan Act allocations. We have Joel Lear, our finance director, present.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning.
So we have to allocate this money by the end of this year and we need to spend it by the end of next year. So this is kind of our last bite at the apple. When we allocated this, when the money was put up for allocation for the Community Wildlife Protection Plan, I should have asked more questions. I was unaware that that plan was actually funded through a grant, which means that we obviously can't double fund it. So we need to come up with a different funding mechanism and one that we're going to use. We picked legal services, so I'll just go down the resolution as written and stand for questions. For the Board of County Commissioners, County of Gilpin, State of Colorado, resolution adopting American Rescue Plan Act allocations, whereas the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 hereby referred to as ARPA, provided 350 billion additional funding for state and local governments, with approximately 130 billion of that amount divided between cities and counties. Do you have a question? Okay, sorry. Whereas eligible use of these funds include revenue replacement to be allocated by the Board of County Commissioners. This allows counties receiving under $10 million to use the funding to meet any county general expenditures, and whereas funding must be allocated by 2024 and spent by 2026. Whereas the United States Treasury final rule in effect April 1st, 2022 allows counties to use up to 10 million of ARPA recovery funds as lost revenue for the provision of general government services without using Treasury revenue loss formula. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners approved resolution number 2212 adopting the revenue replacement election of the American Rescue Plan standard allowance on May 3rd, 2022. And whereas ARPA is awarded Gilpin County an amount totaling $1,212,360, and the county has received all funding intended to be distributed to Gilpin County. And whereas in 2024, the Gilpin County Board of Commissioners is elected to reallocate $146,142.64, an amount that will fully expend Gilpin's ARPA resolutions. And whereas of the $1,212,360 received in ARPA funding, $0 remains unallocated. And whereas the rules of ARPA funding stipulate this is our final year to allocate funds.
I just had a question on the CWPP. Was it totally funded by grants, or was it partially funded by grants, or it doesn't make a difference on whether or not we could spend ARPA money on?
We can't spend the ARPA money on anything that's already being paid for by another agency. So when I was told that the because we're kind of on a deadline to reallocate the money, I didn't realize that the state was funding that plan. So we just decided we needed to reallocate the entire thing,
Okay.
or risk basically giving the feds back the
Using it.
money.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Forest Service had funded 100,000 of it, correct? And the rest we had budgeted for, but reallocated. So is that correct?
I believe so. It was 100,000.
I didn't look into it. I was just told that there was a portion of it funded by the state. And that's when I decided that we needed to basically move the ARPA funding, because obviously if you can't have two essentially grant funds paying for the same project. So we needed to move this to something that was not paid for by any sort of grant funding or state funding or any other federal funding. So I just made the decision to move the entire thing.
So where the 46,142, where is that coming from? General fund?
It would be from general fund to
And
make
we
up the
already
difference.
Reallocated the
It's-
funds.
Though it's not explicit in the resolution, but it's essentially swapping the expenses for legal fees for the CWPP.
Which is in Appendix A.
And I just have a general question then. The other ARPA funds that we'd allocated, they've already been, spent by their deadline.
Correct.
Okay.
This is, my group ran the actuals, I think, about a week ago. And this was really, I mean, obviously the CWPP was executed. So we thought we had zero left. But when we found out that there was state funding involved, we just decided to move this to be clean for something like an audit. We don't want to risk something like that.
Are there any other questions or comments
No.
regarding this? Okay, then I'll stand open for a motion.
I just have one quick
Oh, okay.
question. So the 146,000 is going to be spent this year on legal fees.
No, it's going to be spent. We have to allocate it by the end of this year. It needs to be spent by the end of
Next year and up to 2026.
it needs to be spent by 2026. So because of the shift in legal services in the county, we knew that putting it there would fully spend it. And that was really the finance department's goal, is just to spend the money because it was given to Gilpin County, and we don't, returning it would probably not be in our best interest. So we just put it somewhere where we knew it was going to be spent.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, then I'll stand open for a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt resolution 24-176. Resolution adopting American Rescue Plan Act allocations.
I second.
Okay, having the motion in a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And resolution 24-176 is adopted 3-0. And then we'll go on to resolution 24-167 to specify Gilpin County's manner of compliance with Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statement 54 requirements for fund balance and governmental fund type reporting.
So this is a fun one. GASB 54, essentially, the easiest way I can define it is kind of you just talking about what funds are restricted, what funds are non-restricted. And it's just kind of a report to the board every year. And this is my second year doing it. I really had to dive in to try and understand it. It's very long, it's very complicated, but really this just keeps us kind of in order with our auditors and make sure we report certain things to this. So there's really the only thing to think about when something like this, I guess, the thing that's been on my mind lately is the Fry bond is restricted funds. So that would be an example of funds that we can only use for a very specific purpose. An example of restricted funds would also be like if a mill levy is dedicated to something very specific, then you have to use it for said thing and you can't just use it for other things. So those are the examples I have. I can just run down through this and then, of course,
You don't have to read.
Can I ask a question before you go through that?
I don't have to read the whole thing if you don't. Yeah.
Okay, all right. When you were talking about restricted, obviously the Fry bond was one, and then you said the mill levies, and then all the other items in the reserve account was the 3% that were required by state statute to keep as a reserve that is considered restricted as well.
Yes, the Tabor Reserve is restricted. The other ones are not necessarily, they're not restricted because there hasn't been a resolution around them necessarily restricting them. They're also, I would have to read further into GASB 54 because I'm not even sure if there's a resolution, if they actually fall under necessarily a total restriction, because another board could say, well, we're going to pass a resolution to use that funding where you couldn't for the Fry bond. Like once we receive the funds and we agree with an outside entity that this is what the funds will be used for, it's either reclamation or we return them to you if you do the reclamation, then there's, restriction around them.
That's my second question is that there are some that are restricted that we just discussed, and then the rest of them you said are not. So any of those categories that are listed in the reserves could be changed by any board at any time or only during the budget time?
Well, you couldn't, no, I mean, technically any board could talk about any reserve funds at any time. They're reserve funds, but it's not just that. If you look at the third paragraph, GASB 54 defines components of governmental fund balances to be non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, or unassigned. So there are many different categories. So you could assign something through a resolution, like just say this board, and a later board could say, hey, we've decided we're not going to use those funds for that purpose. We're going to unassign that money. So when money moves around like that, it needs to be mentioned kind of. We just decided to mention it in here more to cover our bases than anything.
Well, I know one resolution was, I believe it was a resolution was passed to retain $2 million in reserves for emergency, mainly for mitigation.
4 million.
And so that was done by board, by resolution.
And that was,
So that would be,
I don't think that's in here because this is the movement of it. That was noticed, I believe, when that happened in whoever did it. I wasn't here when that happened, but that was noticed
Mhm.
that. So not everything is noticed in this. It's just kind of the, like the fry bond. This is the first time it's in here because
So if they're not given an assignment, they're not assigned, as just indicated, unassigned, then there is an unassigned that money can be moved at any time by any board.
yes,
Okay.
I mean, unassigned money can be moved at any time. You'd have to you'd have to do a supplemental to a budget if you wanted to spend a certain amount of unassigned money, and it was going to increase the general fund. And of course, as we've seen, supplementals need public notice and they need to have a public hearing. So like there are always rules around this kind of stuff, but really this is just a boilerplate kind of at the end of the year informing the board any changes and types of funds that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
We also have the Conservation Trust Fund, which has limitations set by the state.
Yes.
That's restricted.
Yes. And I don't know when that was started, to be honest. I know that we just paid a bill out of it for the heritage. So,
And I would say that this kind of information, or GASB, is primarily highlights the difference between private sector accounting and finance and governmental.
yes,
Whereas governmental, we need to clearly define our funds, what they're for, how they're to be spent.
correct. GASB is yes, that is one of the complications of public finances. You know, my coming from private finance, I kind of had the misnomer that it would be easy, and you start to learn all the complications with it. So,
I had a question, item number 3. I spoke to County Manager Ray on this for how the way he explained that is that if we do have a restricted fund, we have to pay from that first before we go to the general fund if we need it. So is that what it means by restricted fund? For example, the fry bond is one that is an example.
fry bond, so it's restricted in that there's agreements around exactly what the money can be used for or not. So when I was speaking with our former county attorney, we talked about, well, what if the reclamation was more than the bond? And his direction was you would have to use the bond first, and you could expend all the bond for the reclamation, and then you could use other money on the reclamation, but the bond would have to be fulfilled first because that's the legal terms. That's what the bond's for. It would either be for reclamation, or if they do the reclamation themselves, then the funds would be returned. And that's why it's restricted.
Yeah, that's what item number 3
Right,
is.
right. Yep.
Any further questions or comments regarding this? Okay, and thank you for explaining that.
Thank you.
Of course,
helps
of course.
clarify.
It's,
Yeah.
I had to explain it to myself like 19 times. So,
Is this the 20th?
yes, yeah.
Okay, and then we'll have a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt resolution 24-167. This is a resolution to specify Gilpin County's manner of compliance with Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statement 54 requirements for fund balance and governmental fund type reporting.
A second.
Okay, thank you. Having the motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And the resolution is adopted 3-0. Thank you. And then we'll go on and just informational about the taxing authority mill levies for 2025.
So the deadline for taxing authorities within the county to set their mills was the 15th, which basically means for our office, we were getting information in the 16th. All we are doing here, all my office did is compile the information for submittal. I'd like to thank Kimberly Kaufman and April Nielsen for doing a lot of the work and receiving and keeping this kind of wrangled. It is a kind of a mess near the end. There's also extra reporting standards this year that entities have to fill out for the assessor, and we put together a sheet which we need to submit by the 22nd. For my office, there really is no other boards set their mills, there really was no diving into the numbers and how they looked, and like, other than just ensuring that they were correct. We had some last minute corrections with some of the authorities who had a different assessed value, or their math wasn't exactly right. And again, it's not on us to change. We need to send it back to them. Their boards approved it. They have to go through whatever process they have to go through. So it was just kind of a back and forth till the very end, but you now have all of the basically mills being charged in the county at your disposal. I can't speak to why they did what they did, or, you know, what their boards spoke to. They're all independent, but you have all that information now, and we will be submitting to the state on the 22nd.
And it's just important to reference that there's no action that the board needs to take. This is just informational. So you have the composite information of all the taxing entities, and it's just satisfying the requirements of the state.
Correct.
Great. Well, thank you, and thank you all
Yeah.
for the hard work. And it's important that this is all done in a timely manner. And it was, I know we'd gotten the information from the assessor, I believe, almost 3 weeks early.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. Then it gives plenty of time to go through and do any extra work or follow up.
April's done a fantastic job. Mary also double checked this. She wanted to look at it. She also does a fantastic job for us. And I would just, like an aside, I would like to say thanks to the board for this year. It's been a transformative year in my mind, and I think we've done really good work. And thank you. And, you know, thanks to everybody who works here, the treasurer's office, the assessor's office, the county manager. Everybody enables us to do the job we do, and we take pride in it. So thank you.
That's great. Well, and it shows how important everything, it's teamwork.
Correct.
Everyone works together. Great. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate the information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's see, we'll go on to Resolution 24-178, resolution acknowledging Colorado minimum wage and salary minimum wage increases. And Shanda Johnson, our Human Resources Director, will walk us through this. Good morning.
Morning.
So January 1, Colorado minimum wage changes. And as a best practice, we would like to adopt the minimum wage adjustments as well. So that is adjusting from $14.42 an hour for non-exempt positions to $14.81 an hour. And then for salary positions, it is $55,100 each year to $56,485. So we would like to request your approval to adopt those adjustments to our pay bands to reflect the new Colorado minimum wage. Currently, this does not impact any staff, as any staff members in these pay bands are above that rate. This will possibly impact new hires that come on.
See, and are there any questions or comments
No, thank you.
from this?
No.
Okay, great. And thank you for showing us exactly which bands it'll affect and influence going on. Then I'll stand open for motion. I think it's your turn, Marie.
Okay. Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt Resolution 24-178, a resolution acknowledging Colorado minimum wage and salary minimum wage increases.
I second.
Having the motion in a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And Resolution 24-178 is adopted 3-0. Thank you. And then we'll go on to 24-177, a resolution adjusting the effective date of the 2.5% pay scale inflation changes to coincide with our performance reviews.
So previously, we had adopted a 2.5% inflation adjustment. And this resolution is requesting the delaying the effective date of this adjustment to all pay scales to coincide with the annual performance reviews in the third quarter, typically around August or September.
Is it arbitrary then which month it's going to occur?
Well, we list in the third quarter, but this year we did it August 17th. So we would like to coincide with a pay period, hopefully in the middle of the quarter.
Okay.
But it's the same date, organization-wide.
It would be the
That we-
same date organization.
It might just vary a little from year to year, but
Correct, just to
okay.
coincide with the payroll calendar to adjust it.
yeah, thank you.
And the reason why that date is set in the third quarter is because that's when we receive our gaming checks, as well as it helps us with the budgeting process as well.
Okay. Any further questions or comments?
Mhm.
Why do we need this if we already approved it? I mean, is it just the date that we're changing when it's implemented? Is that for clarification?
Correct. The
Okay.
current resolution is set to be effective January 1, and this is changing it to be effective with the performance evaluations in the August, September timeframe.
Okay.
Okay, there are no further questions or comments. Go ahead and stand open for a motion.
All right, Madam Chair, I move that we adopt resolution 24-177. This is a resolution adjusting the effective date of the 2.5% pay scale inflation changes to coincide with performance reviews in the third quarter.
A second?
Okay, having the motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And resolution 24-177 is adopted 3-0. Thank you.
Shanda,
you.
can, Shanda, before you leave, can you just make sure that mic is working? Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know if it was your soft voice too, so. Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and now we'll go to 24-179, approving and adopting the Gilpin County Emergency Operations Plan as amended for 2025 and 26. We have Sheriff Armstrong and Under Sheriff Demo to present. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Merry Christmas to you.
Morning.
Christmas.
Appreciate your time. This is the emergency operation plan that we constantly are reviewing and also meeting state requirements. And I'll have Under Sheriff Demo present this.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Part of the EMPG grant that was approved last week for us to submit for 2025. One of the requirements was an evaluation of our emergency operation plan. Using the tool provided by the state, we had to get to 90% or better in accordance with the tool. So we went through using the evaluation tool, and we came up with a few changes to the existing plan. Basically, we included the SEPA report that was from 2023. That's the Colorado Emergency Preparedness Assessment. So we added that actually into our emergency operation plan as a resource of what our vulnerabilities are in that 74-page report, and there's now a link to cross-reference. We also added into the plan a requirement that's now in the state regulations of using plain language when speaking to our different partners instead of codes and
Acronyms.
abbreviations and acronyms and a lot of other things. We also established under the roles and responsibilities of Gilpin County to the Board of County Commissioners, stating to declare by resolution any form of emergency or disaster going forward. There was a magnitude of spelling errors and some things that needed to be corrected. So those are the only additions made to the existing emergency operation plan. Going forward into this year of the next year of 2025, we hope to review further into the plan with the addition of a new emergency manager once we establish that person, so we can better improve the plan for serving the citizens of Gilpin.
From my recollection, when we had the previous emergency manager, he had indicated as long as we did, the board did a resolution, as soon as that occurred, or maybe it was the sheriff who did that, then funding would come from the state and federal government for FEMA money or for a disaster. And so I thought that was in there already as far as requiring a resolution or from the board, or I think it was from the sheriff's department had to indicate one. Is that just
So the
clear?
language, Commissioner, was not exactly the way it needed to be written, and that's what we changed was in order for us to receive that funding, that we would come before the board by resolution and establish that an emergency has been declared by the board.
Okay.
Specifically.
But I thought we did that at one point. We did approve a resolution, I think, for funding for one of the snowstorms that we had.
And just some clarification, the state is constantly making changes based on any type of disaster that has occurred and lessons learned through that process, which needs to be improved in our emergency operation plan. And that's just part of this process, is just improving the emergency operation plan to meet those state requirements based on previous issues and concerns that they had in previous disasters.
And just to clarify, because we declare, doesn't mean state money automatically comes. It just opens the door to apply for it.
Or
State or
federal. We
federal.
still have
It doesn't meet all.
high
those-
standards
There's
that have to be met.
thresholds you have to meet.
That's one of the first steps, though. Is to
Yeah.
first to
This is the first step to get us to that process, but there is a number of thresholds to get the state involved first and then to the federal government.
And for anybody that wants easy reading, how many pages is the EOP now? I saw it sitting over there the other day.
See if I can answer you real quick, Commissioner. I believe it's 151 pages of fine reading.
Of fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now in plain language. And we all laughed at that because I know reading it or going through it beforehand, you practically need another book, a dictionary to let you know what all the acronyms were, what everything was talking about. So that'll make it a little easier read.
I remember in the past emergency manager gave us like a little appendix of
Little cheat sheet.
that. It was quite long. I think it outdid human services.
Well, I think in the acronyms and everything, there's
Mhm.
probably another 150 pages worth of acronyms and information in DFPC and also Department of Homeland Security too.
Yeah.
So they're trying to make it a little bit more simpler for everybody to understand. So they don't have to keep going back to this other 150 pages of acronyms.
Well,
Which
thanks.
makes sense for everybody too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Thanks for your continuous improvement of it. Mhm.
So this is for the application that you requested at our last board meeting. And so when is this going to be submitted? Is that for this year?
So the deadline, Commissioner, to submit the EMPG grant for 2025 is January 10th. Working with other members within Gilpin County, this is the last step that needs to be done, is the adoption of the current changes to the emergency operation plan. And I've made contact with the other partners within the county that need to complete certain aspects, and this is ready to go.
Good.
Good
So you'll make your deadline.
luck.
Okay. Any further questions or comments?
I have none.
Okay, now stand open for resolution, please. I mean, a motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt a resolution 24-179, approving and adopting the Gilpin County Emergency Operations Plan as amended for 2025 and 2026 as presented today.
I second.
Okay, having the motion in the second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And resolution 24-179 is approved 3-0. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Commissioners.
you.
And again,
Sure.
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
And now we'll move on to Resolution 24-146, a resolution appointing members to the Gilpin County Planning Commission. We have Rob Gutierrez, our Community Development Director, and Rachel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rachel noticed one small typo on the resolution. It says we received 4 applications, but we actually received 5. 3 renewals, 2 new. And the last time I came before you to talk about this matter, I didn't realize, that there really wasn't a point going back to the planning commission asking for recommendations since we had 3 reappointments. And the planning commission always just recommends approval on the reappointments. So just coming back to you to see if you wanted to just reappoint the 3 existing or examine the 2 new applicants.
Okay. And so that's, their recommendation is reappoint the existing.
Yeah, generally when we do they always recommend reappointment of the existing. And the only reason they wouldn't is if we had attendance issues or something of that nature, but we don't with any of these 3.
So you didn't go back to the planning
No.
commission as we asked?
No, well, because I was just, because it would have been kind of pointless if we went back to the planning commission for them to just give you the recommendation on the 3 plus the 2 new. You'd kind of be in the same position.
I guess I see it differently. The other 2 had got no opportunity to speak, to
I think,
have an interview.
I also think from Director Gutierrez's point, a previous conversation with the board regarding the planning commission appointments, the direction at that time is to not involve the planning commission and not ask for recommendations and to bring it to the board. Could you elaborate on that?
From 2023?
I believe it was a while ago.
Well, yeah, I mean, there was pushback in 2023 on having the planning commission interview them and then provide the recommendations. And that's why this year we tried to just come to you directly. And then, we met, I think, a month ago about that.
Yeah.
I just didn't realize in that meeting, it didn't cross my mind that 3 of the applicants were re-applicants. So, you'd be kind of putting the planning commission in a position where it's like recommending existing applicants over new.
I just don't, I'm not sure that was a full board decision to not have new ones interviewed. It seemed like there's people in the community are interested. It seems like a courtesy that either you or planning commission have a conversation about it. Because one of them actually said they'd be interested in historic preservation as well. So just the courtesy of the conversation, and they may offer something new and exciting.
From my recollection from the previous conversation, we had this in 2023. There was a concern at that time that the postings that were required for the position were not well known. And at that time, we had several applications of people who were not on the board at the time. And none of those were selected by the committee. And so there was concern is like kind of keep reappointing the same people and not inviting the general public or considering them. And the concern was that the posting that was there was very vague and people didn't understand what it meant. So that was a concern as far as making sure that the communities was well aware that there was positions open and that they'd be considered. So I think it's good for the commissioners to actually see all the applications. And it's the responsibility, I believe, of the board to make that decision. But that's
Of
my opinion.
which board?
Of the Board of Commissioners.
Commissioners?
I think it's always been done based on the recommendation of the sitting commission members. So I think that's what we had requested, is that we hear back from them clearly, do they want to reappoint? So you didn't go back to them.
No, I didn't go back to them because the commission would recommend to reappoint on the three existing unless, because that's what they say. The only reason that we won't is if they don't attend the meetings or they're not communicating. So I figured, why waste the time of having the commission interview two new applicants when they would already recommend approval of the three? I mean, it is kind of from just a planning local government perspective, it is a bit of an unorthodox practice to have a planning commission interview potential applicants. I mean, usually that's done by, if they're appointed by a mayor, usually the mayor's office handles that through an open process, or county commissioners through an open application process. So it does kind of put them in an odd position.
Well, then you're saying we would be introduced to these new applicants.
I mean, the board needs to I think, going forward, the board needs to decide maybe a bit of a better process of which to review or interview applicants, or however they would like to do it for the commission, and how they would like to handle reappointments.
So from a historical perspective, the planning commission has been reviewing the applicants for about 10 years. There was a time it just came directly to the board for context. I think really this is a clarifying discussion for community development as to how you want to proceed in the future. The request before you is to appoint. The planning commission has not been, as a board, has not been consulted, but I believe Director Gutierrez has had conversation with the chair of the planning commission regarding this, but I would defer to him as this. So so we're just clarifying the process here for the board with an understanding that there's 3 positions that would be, need to be filled by next year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I know for the 2 new that there were also positions open on the Historic Commission,
Yes.
Preservation Commission. So
And we haven't
were they
yes for the one.
consulted
I think
as
it's-
far as there was interest there as well?
Yeah, so Mr. Slosson's a yes, and then we spoke with another one, but we didn't hear back, so we're unsure on that one. So we do have one
Yeah, and so we have one, and there's one open position
more.
on the Historic Preservation Commission. So that one's not as much of unless there are any red flags on Mr. Slosson's application, he will just be appointed. Yeah.
Okay, so
That will come to you with that in January. not
Oh,
currently.
okay.
you didn't mention that.
Going back to the,
You had reached out.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking, the way you explained it, so I misunderstood maybe. I was thinking that between the last meeting and this meeting, there'd been no outreach.
And
because
we
had asked.
And we have emailed them and spoken to them about the process, the new applicants and the.
We
people
don't
who are
have any of
reapplying.
that. We just have exactly what we had last time.
Yeah, we just have the planning commission. I don't have a result for the HPC. We've drafted it, but we didn't submit that on time.
That was part of the confusion, is that what we have is exactly what we had last time.
Right.
With no update. So, okay.
But for 2025, is there any guidance from the board about how to handle this process of reappointments or new applicants for planning commission?
I would like a little bit of explanation on the advertising process of this. How often is it posted? Where is it posted? Does it, for when there are openings on these boards?
It was posted in the Mountaineer. I think it went through we asked for 2 publications, and then it's posted on the county website. And then we usually post like a physical copy here. And then we usually just ask people to reach out. We usually ask the deputy clerk, do you have anybody? We usually ask the 3 of you, if you know somebody, let us know. So
So the process takes what, a month from the time? that
this
it-
time, I think we did about 2 or 3 months. I mean, the posting ran through 2 circulations, but we gave people about 2 months. So, I mean, we try to do it as soon as we can near the end of summer to get as many, because normally in the past, we don't get many at all or none historically.
Right.
There's been more interest, I think, the last 2 years than historically.
It was also advertised on the newsletter, as well as on social media. So we
Oh, yeah.
used all the avenues available to it.
It was widely posted. In their bylaws, I guess, are there any term limitations for this?
There's never been term limits just because of the past difficulty in finding people.
Okay.
So that hasn't been something that's been introduced.
Okay. Then
I know we talked about, so like, if we look at all the commissions and the final approval comes to like the library, the historic, the planning, and the GAP, they discuss amongst themselves and make a recommendation to us, which has the pros of the people on there deciding what they're looking for and who's a good fit. And if there's someone new that would be a good fit. But I understand what you're saying. If there's only one applicant, we're probably just gonna go with it to fill the seat unless there's some red flag. So I'm not sure. I think it's fine either way. It's just that I don't want to recommend someone and then have them go on any of those bodies and then say, it's not working out. Because that can happen too. I think there just needs to be some input, whether it's the chairs of
Okay.
those,
Well,
just as a thought.
Well, for 2025, then if there's, no protest, then we'll just do that. We'll follow that process then of having them make recommendations on every applicant and bring it before you and.
I don't know.
Well, I disagree with that. I think that the applications should come to the commissioners to review and maybe select some for further interviews with the planning board.
Serving on most likely the library board before, I don't think the boards would like, the Board of Trustees would like that taken out of their hands as far as recruiting and interviewing people and then making their recommendations. So I would hesitate to put that fully on us. And especially since, as Commissioner Hollingsworth said, they're familiar with what they need to get done and kind of what they're looking for in terms of peers on the board. And then too, we don't really, I mean, I've seen lots of resumes, but there's a difference between viewing a resume and having an interview with someone, speaking with them. And, that adds more burden to us as far as.
I guess my concern from what I've heard from people in the community is that it ends up being closed. They just keep re-electing or reappointing the same people over, and it's difficult for other people in the community to get involved in these committees. And that's what I've heard from the community, is that it's like they just pick the same ones over again.
But that's exactly why I suggested when we talked in the last meeting that these two have a interview, even if it's short, just a cursory interview to meet.
With the planning board.
Yes, to meet, and then they could discuss, and then they could say, maybe, yeah.
I guess my only question to the board would be if we're in a situation where, we have reappointments and the planning commission is going to recommend reappointment of existing members. Do we even need to advertise openings? Do we even need to advertise it publicly? If the planning commission is going to recommend reappointment to you?
Yeah, because I think that's a big assumption that they're going to. Maybe they aren't, because it depends on who's applying. That's why I personally feel like when there's an applicant for a volunteer position like this, they should be interviewed. Even if it's a brief one, they should always be interviewed and not just left hanging, because then kind of sends a message like, oh, we're not looking at new people.
Well, if you're going to take the planning commission's recommendation on reappointment, then the answer would be we're not.
But we don't have that.
But they've told us that the only reason they would not recommend is if we had somebody that wasn't attending. But they have already kind of decided that if somebody's not attending, they would seek to come to you anyway and have that person removed from the board for non-performance.
So what I'm hearing from the board, the direction of the staff is to share the applicants with the planning commission, ask for them to provide a recommendation to the board at a future date. Is that the direction I'm hearing from the commissioners?
And somebody, whether it's, I didn't know because it wasn't explained, that Rachel had reached back out as we asked to these applicants, talked to one, that person's fine going on the other commission. The other person didn't reply back, but at least the attempt was made. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't mind the process the way it is now. I guess today I'm not hearing that you heard from the planning commission. What I thought you said was that you didn't take any action.
No, we didn't take any action because they'll recommend approval of reappointments.
You're assuming that.
But that's what they've told us. There's no reason that they won't. Because on what basis would they not recommend reapproval?
Yeah. So otherwise, they wouldn't have given us the information for those who would like to be back on the board.
But that's the thing is like, if we come around in 2025, it's like, are we going to spend the time and money to advertise this if we already have existing applicants wanting to reappoint? Because I would rather, I guess, just come to you and say, hey, these three are seeking reappointment, the planning commission's recommending. And then if you don't want to reappoint those three, then we would advertise to the public. Otherwise, like, why
Mhm.
conduct the interviews? Why go through all that time?
Well, maybe we need to have more of a discussion, or
On this,
maybe the
like, in a
county
closed session.
manager with the commissions and see what their preferred process is. Because I think that the way you're explaining it, to me, closes the door to any new people ever getting on. Which I
Well,
think is Commissioner Mornis's concern. It's like it's closed. If they just reappoint, because it's comfortable or working, then people in the public, no one can get on.
Right. Well, if the Board of County Commissioners is going to just take the recommendation of reappointment just on its face, then there's no, because otherwise you'd be putting the commission in a place where it'd be recommending against or for its own members, which puts people in a really odd place.
So maybe another potential remedy they could discuss is term limits.
right, and that's what I was going to say, usually on boards or commissions, when they want to have turnover and bring new people, rotate new people in, they do on the staggered basis, and they also have term limits.
All the boards we're on have term limits.
So what we could do is put that on a work session for 2025 for that discussion if there needs to be some changes to the process. And then we could bring a formal action about any sort of changes to the bylaws. But the direction I'm hearing from the board is to bring it back to the planning commission, ask for the recommendations of the full body, and that will come in 2025. That's what I'm hearing is the direction.
I would think so, and that way too, we'll make sure that the board, the other commissions are aware of the options, and we can fully discuss that with them.
Okay.
Because I think currently they all have terms, they just don't have term limits. And so that's maybe the sticking point that closes the door to new people. If we don't approve any today, is anyone expiring
3 are expiring December 31st.
this year?
Yeah.
Mhm. So in a way, we do have a kind of a time limit we're dealing with. So we want to work with the planning commission to continue on.
So when there's been situations when a term has expired, and if there hasn't been an appointment, it's my understanding that they continue to serve until there's an action, but I would defer to the county attorney to clarify that. I know in other situations that they just kept that existing seat filled until there was an active appointment to replace it, but I would defer to the county attorney to confirm that.
I'll just mention, not to interrupt, we have that situation with Jefferson Center, and so the board has passed a resolution to extend one time, that it be extended for 6 months, just so that it's clearly a board decision.
Yeah, I mean, practically, you need enough on the planning commission to make action. So I think historically there is this continuing occupancy until an appointment is named.
And there's 9 members on the planning commission now. And so for a quorum is what, 5? Rob, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes,
So
it is fine.
it would behoove us to make sure that they have sufficient people to have a quorum.
Correct.
So is the recommendation to extend positions until a particular date?
Could we do that? Vote to extend their deadline, their terms until January, is it 31st?
Is it allowed in their bylaws?
Well, the board has discretion here, but I would just say that the terms are a motion and an action to extend the terms until a new term is established through this process, which could be in January, could be in February. So I would hate to extend the term for, say, 3 months or 4 months if it's filled sooner. So it's really just allowing them to continue to serve until a new appointment is made for the 3 positions.
Could be up to. certain amount of time.
However you want to,
What would be the purpose of extending this decision till January, February?
giving the planning commission time to review the applicants and make a formal recommendation to the board for filling the seats.
I just think that action would be pointless because the planning commission will recommend reappointment. on
We
the
understand
existing
your
members.
position. The board's position is that they want the planning commission to weigh in.
We want to talk with, I think, or the county manager, talk
Okay.
and just clarify the process and then bring up the topic of term limits. To amend their bylaws to have term limits, because that would resolve this. If they implemented term limits, then we appointed them, then we would know which term each of these gets appointed.
Are you talking about term limits on, with their recommendation on that?
Yeah, because they would.
Because I feel like they're probably going to say no on that, but we can have that conversation, but it's been discussed with them several times. But there's a resistance to that concept. So just to let you know, like if we go back to the planning commission, you know, there may not be a clear answer on
I
that.
think
That's
we-
going to
we
be
have-
discussed during the work session. We'll
For a work
invite members of the planning commission to the work session.
I would just prefer that we reappoint the three that we have seeking reappointment to the term, have that discussion. Otherwise, we're going to put a tight timeline on us to kind of go through this whole thing, amend our bylaws at the beginning of 25.
Well,
It's
just,
clear
the
that you-
request for amendment is just a single item, a discussion on a single item, which is term limits. So it's not like you're going to be going, we're asking you to. go
Right,
through
right. But you're putting staff under the pressure timeline of trying to figure this all out within 4 weeks of the new year.
No,
No,
no.
We're not.
for 2020, we're not.
Like was mentioned, we're just, they would just continue on until it
Yeah,
all
the
gets
three members would
resolved,
continue on until we resolve the reappointments.
right?
For
With
a
their-
one-year term,
No, just-
Yeah.
for the 3 years.
they would just continue on until the date when we can, as a commission with the planning commission.
So the board's direction, though they haven't actually voted on this yet, is that they are for the three members that are terms expiring to allow them to continue in that role until the board takes an action to reappoint for those vacant seats. Their second action is that the planning commission will be, they want the planning commission to meet and vote as to filling the vacancies, whether it's existing commission members or not, so that the broad public has access to participate and get on the planning commission potentially. The final appointment is that of the board. So that is the direction I'm hearing from the commissioners.
And to
Correct.
discuss,
And we'd like to have a work session with the commissions in terms of discussing bylaws and sorting out a procedure to clarify the procedure going forward.
Correct.
which includes the possibility of term limits for all the commissions.
Is that making sense to you?
Sure,
Okay.
sure. I think the approach is unorthodox, but if that's what the board would like to do, then we will do that.
Well, it might seem unorthodox, but like two of us mentioned, boards that we're on have term limits. It's,
Well, the term limits is not what I think is unorthodox,
the-
but
yeah, the term limits would determine who goes into which term and open the door in the future for new people. So I think it has advantages.
okay.
I think it's your turn, Sandy.
Do we need to pass a resolution at all today to just
No.
leave it open-ended?
I
and
think,
just-
I think just having a verbal motion would suffice for those three items that we've discussed. So it's a work session with the planning commission regarding terms. Continuing the existing members
Right. Well, what's the third?
and then the planning commission recommendation for filling the vacancies.
A formal recommendation. from
Correct.
them.
Action.
Is there a time limit on that or not?
Just
First quarter maybe, or? I don't, we should
In-
have some kind of a time.
in the
limit.
next 3 months. In Q1 of 25, I think is reasonable amount of time.
I won't say that though. Is it my
Just-
turn to?
As
Madam Chair, I move that we ask for a work session with all the commissions to discuss term limits and also other items that would help to fill the recommended vacancies, and that we and that we extend the current members until that's completed. And then also to ask the planning commission for their recommendations in that process. Something like that.
Okay.
A second.
Okay, having the motion in a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And the recommendations are adopted 3-0.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah.
Resolution call.
It's next.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, would go ahead. Now 24-172, the resolution authorizing the execution of contract for local government permitting software with OpenGov, Inc.
Okay. We're coming back before you to renew a 3-year contract with OpenGov for the permitting and planning software and budgeting and transparency. The numbers before you, it took us a while to kind of go back and forth with them. They kept sending, invoices with numbers that just didn't quite line up. But this lines up with the original contract that was approved by the county and the board several years ago. So the increases from year to year are less than 5%. There's no new additions or changes in the services that they would be providing to us.
So charges that are in here are divided into 2 different categories: budgeting and planning, and permitting and licensing.
Yes.
Those are both in your department then?
Oh, the
Budgeting.
permitting and licensing is under community development, and that part is budgeted for us. And then the budgeting and planning is for finance. I'm not sure if it's been historically budgeted out of the manager's office or out of finance's budget.
It's been, yeah,
Okay,
manager's office and ComDev split. We were looking at, as you're aware, through the budget process, we were looking at expenses of 19%, potentially and growing every
Right.
year after that. So this is a contract renewal for a 5% increase, I believe, annually, which is much more reasonable. We rely heavily on the program for the agenda material, as well as ComDev uses it extensively for building permit, code enforcement, short-term rentals. So it's very important to the overall organization for functionality, and lowers the amount of staff time we need in order to operate.
And Sarah and Jack did a lot of the work on reviewing the initial contract, and Sarah especially kind of got into the weeds about what we agreed to originally and making sure that their proposal came in line with the cost increases that they outlined in that original contract. So appreciate their work on this.
Okay, my only comment on that is that on the resolution, there's no mention of that some of the money is going for the finance budget, planning and budgeting software.
I think that's under the manager's office is where it comes from,
But it's not on the resolution.
okay, we could add that.
We could add a whereas.
OpenGov budgeting.
OpenGov. Let's say OpenGov budgeting and permitting, or budgeting and planning. Software is necessary for the processing and issuance of the finance department. I don't know.
It's really in preparing the budgeting, the budget each year, though we haven't actively used it for the last 2 years, but it is something we want to engage with in the future.
Okay. So I'm going to add a whereas to address that. Hopefully I will get it correctly.
You want after the second one, so it'd be the third?
Third whereas is fine.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
just utilized by finance for budgeting.
See, budgeting.
Okay.
And
No problem.
we often put the cost on the resolution. I know I see the breakdown here. Do we want to add that to the resolution as well?
We do.
I do.
So
As,
I would just say
No, that-
approximately the 5-year or 5% increase.
can I say on the now therefore it be resolved? I'm gonna get rid of permitting and licensing and then just say as shown on attached as
Mm,
shown on attached exhibit A, and then the contract, this quote can be that exhibit. Would that be okay?
That's good. That way we do have the
This isn't.
breakout.
Although this isn't indicated as exhibit A. It's just as easy.
Doesn't say something.
Yeah.
Could I label it that way and then
Just as
attach
easy.
it?
That'll be fine.
So you're gonna create exhibit A.
I'll just, yeah, I'll put that on that quote and then label it that way and then have it at the second page of the reso.
I like it when we have a dollar amount up to, they're all on here. So, okay.
Do you want that listed then for each year or?
I think it's clearer what we're adapting when it's on one piece of paper instead of.
Oh, okay.
Then you wouldn't have to do it.
So you don't want to reference Appendix A as indicated?
Either way you want to do it.
Okay. So on the last whereas, I'm going to add a whereas, the OpenGov, et cetera, on budget and planning for the finance department's annual budget.
It's in the manager's office is where the expenses are accounted for.
Manager's office.
Yes.
Okay. So I think I'm ready for a motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt resolution 24-172, authorizing the execution of a contract for local government permitting software with OpenGov Incorporated with the following amendments, adding whereas the OpenGov budget and planning software for the annual for processing the annual budget in the manager's office, and adding also and changing now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners that the board authorizes the county manager to execute a contract with OpenGov Incorporated as shown on Appendix A.
And that first one, where's that going?
After the second whereas.
So it'll be the third.
The third.
I second.
Okay, having the motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And resolution 24-172 is adopted as amended, 3-0. Okay,
Thank you.
Great,
Commissioners.
thank
Thank you for
you.
your patience.
You for ours.
okay,
We will get that fixed and we will give that to the deputy clerk.
okay. And let's see, it's now 10:07 and we'll have a brief
Take a
recess
break?
here.
Okay.
Just a minute. We need.
How long a break are we taking? Susan?
Yeah.
Just, don't start yet.
Marie, in view that today is our last meeting for 2024, we'd like to present this to you, thanking you for your dedication to serving our county, our community as commissioner from December of 2022 through until January 2025. So it was
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I know we've had our differences and
That's part of the work.
part of the work. But
And
I do appreciate both of you and all
I
the
got
help
you
you're
a
giving
little
me.
something too.
Oh, money help.
there we go for you.
Maybe.
We just wanted to thank you.
Yes.
And then we do have some refreshments for everyone to share. And we'll take a break till about 11 o'clock when the DA will be here.
Do you want to say anything?
Well,
Do you want to say any parting words besides what you just said?
Well, I just want to thank everybody in this building and in the county who's supported me and helped me learning the ropes here. It was a very steep learning curve when I started, and I appreciate all the help that I've received. And it's been a pleasure serving the county, and I look forward to, the next 4 years to see what happens. I'm excited to see things happen that I've been a part of right now that hopefully will expand in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
photo. We get a photo with the plaque and the three of you. Ray, did you want to be in the photo? Sure. Okay.
Everybody smile, don't blink. Everybody blinks. That's why you take 6 or 8, hoping one isn't blinking when the other one is. Yeah. What can you? I thought she sent me something yesterday. I emailed Lindsay and asked her. Oh, let me just text her really quick.
I think the play is over. I think just as soon as the play is done, she'll be. Okay, awesome. Good notes. So next time we'll do a better job.
Absolutely. By the community center. Special thing, near the play.
Next to the long after.
Well, I'll know.
That's where.
Yes. I'll be back around. Always be here. No, it's sworn in. Yeah, Tuesday. You know, they're not, here's the thing, it's gonna be one step. As you well know, since you said you didn't get in shape. It's an amazing. Yeah, it's a love of God. She's had the old boy. Oh, yeah. Well, when I asked, he said. Something like I want across it. I was like, right there.
You know what? Yeah.
I see, I took the empty.
See, it's a lot of, they call them and they show up. Also cheap. But they're not gonna. They're not gonna get.
They put them down. I don't know what the is.
Why isn't it?
So, okay, well, thank you everyone for staying, and let's go ahead. And we'll go ahead, since we're waiting for DA King to come. We can move on to the county attorney's report.
If I only had it open. I didn't know we were going to jump.
Oh,
so
sorry.
That's okay. Can you give me just a moment?
We can give
please?
you a little bit.
Do you want that?
Yeah, do you mind? Thank you. Okay, I was just looking online. Okay. All right, thank you, commissioners. This is my report for the week up to including December 17th. So we've continued to work on a variety of contract review that has been put before us, including the Brinks contract, the Boost Lingo contract that deals with ADA issues, the Red Cross Shelter Agreement, Equidocs, OpenGov that you already acted on. So those contract reviews are ongoing. There seems to be no end for those that Sarah keeps putting in front of us. So as I always say, I appreciate her diligence in moving things through the system for sure. We continue to provide legal advice. There is we participated in an OWTS enforcement case. Many of you have heard that we have vacated that decision and we're reposting because there was a problem with identifying all property owners. So that will be posted and reheard, I think sometime in January. I continue to deal with the Community Development Department on some land use issues and some road issues, and then other things that are of attorney-client privilege. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
No, I had not heard about that vacating, so thanks for the update.
You're welcome.
And then if no other questions or comments, we can move on to the county manager's report.
Thank you, commissioners. So my report in your packet is actually a carryover from last week since we had meetings and rapid session there. So again, the next meeting for the board is January 14th. This is the last meeting of the year. The work session, the first work session is tentatively scheduled for January 21st, 9 o'clock here in these chambers. The two items actually would be three, so it'd be a slight revision to it. Employee handbook updates, the work session overall schedule and the topics, which obviously we added one today. And then the third topic is the South Beaver Creek discussion. As you know, it was on the agenda last week to approve the contract. We've learned more information regarding potential grant opportunities that may revise the scope. And we want to bring all this information to the board next year so that we get clear direction as how to proceed for South Beaver. It is important to reference that we continue to intend to move forward with the engineering and the project. Just we need to make sure that the scope will maximize our opportunity for grants or not, depending on what the board direction is as we share the information regarding the opportunities for a grant as well as the scope of the overall project. So that is on January 21st. The Mountain Kids lease, I did communicate with the president of the board. Their board is meeting this week to execute that. So that should be completed this week and will be shared with us as soon as possible. Other items that I think it's important for the board to be aware of is the closing for the Rudolph Ranch Homestead property is today at 1 o'clock at the title company. So that is exciting, purchasing that homestead formally. I had sent an email last week or this weekend, it might have been, on the MPO associated with Dr. Cog and how we are now eligible for that. which is exciting in that we would have access to transportation funding after it's completed. It's just the initial conversation, so more to come. I just wanted to make sure the board's aware that this is these conversations are being had, where both Clear Creek and Gilpin would be included into the MPO boundary. We've been talking about for a year plus Mount Chip at the slash yard for quite a while. Excited to report that the chips are almost all gone at essentially no cost to us. So there was some shipping costs or hauling costs associated. Mike Brava in the Public Works Department was able to secure a private entity that wanted the chips and has been hauling them away actively. I asked for before and after pictures from Director Combs to share with the board. But as we know, we've talked about a number of solutions of what to do with Mount Chip. And so it's exciting that we're able to find the solution because we're talking about very expensive burners and the complexity of that and the cost of hauling and the potential hazard of having Mount Chip there, plus limited capacity for slash. So quite exciting that Mount Chip issue has been essentially resolved.
Is that disposal area in Gilpin County or outside?
I'm sorry?
The new disposal area is
It's
outside?
no, it's outside of the county. I'm not sure where it's going, but it's not staying in the county.
And I did talk with Mike about that, and he's very proud of the fact that he was managed to get that done, which is great. And it'll also be an ongoing thing as well.
That's great.
So as soon as, you know, we get more people doing mitigation and having that, that pile maybe come back for a little bit, then it'll also be able to be hauled away.
Will there be any kind of contract or?
I know there's a hauling cost. I am lacking a number of the details. I asked for an email from Director Combs before and after pictures and some of the details. I have not received that, but as soon as I have that, I will share that with the board. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware and not waiting for the email because I know some people are leaving here soon for the holidays, and I just wanted to make sure that you heard this and that the public heard this, that and we've been talking about Mount Chip and we found a solution. So yeah, thank you to Mike for his hard work. It's great that he proactively did that.
Absolutely. If you drive by there, which I do, it's visibly gone.
And then the last thing I'll just share is, as the board's aware, Thursday night, we had the holiday party. We had a great turnout. I've only heard positive feedback from staff regarding the holiday party. It was great to see such a large turnout of over 180 people. The venue was amazing, so thank you to Ameristar. The food was great. So I just want to acknowledge the holiday party, thank staff and the board. I think it's getting better each year, and it's a really important way to show our appreciation for staff annually for their hard work. So thank you for that. That's all I really have at a high level, and I stand for any questions the board may have.
I had a question on the broadband BEAD grant submitted. Was that the scope of work in that? Is that for the, not the main trunk area? This is just for the northern part of the county, or is this mid-county?
So the grants were, so the BEAD grants were to fill certain designated geographic areas defined by the Colorado Broadband Office. Of our various regions, only one, there wasn't a public entity that had applied. The other ones are covered through an application. So we're just waiting for that process to complete. So it's most of the county, but it's my understanding they're already looking at releasing a second round. And that second round, our hope is that the focus will be on those regions that a private entity did not express interest in covering, probably because it's hard to fill or some physical constraints of some sort. So it's ongoing on that. And so it would be ensuring, because of the geographic regions, ensuring that it would be covering the entire county overall. I know Mavericks, specifically the group that we've been working with for a while, is planning on coming into Gilpin here soon, and we're working on kind of a ribbon cutting so to speak. So that hasn't started yet, but hopefully early 25 on that. Did I answer your question?
Well, I know that we were trying to get information on some of the homes that were not properly served in mid-county. We were trying to get more information on that so that we could provide that for the grant. Were we successful in getting that information, or is that?
So we received it from the providers. We were also trying to solicit information from individual homeowners, property owners with that information. We did get some response. That's been an ongoing process. There hasn't been anything active recently. The most active part of confirming coverage is we received this a couple months ago, disconnection letters, and we wanted to receive those letters so we could share that with the state, and that would support our request for broadband coverage. So nothing active on individual homes, but there are maps and graphics and data that shows where broadband coverage is and is not, which isn't 100% accurate, but it's important that these certain regions are being covered.
Well, I guess I know the previous grant that we applied for basically was supporting a Maverick. They were the main applicant. Are we the main applicant on this speed grant, or are we working with another?
We are not the applicant technically. We're in a support role. It's the private enterprise as the main applicant. So it's Mavericks
Who is?
again. Mavericks again, I believe.
Okay.
Our grant manager is not in the room. Otherwise, I could ask her, but I can get that.
Ask her later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions? No? Okay, great, thank you. And now, let's see, the DA is here, so we can go ahead and go to the next resolution 24-180, a resolution approving an increase to the first judicial district attorney's salary. Good morning.
Thanks for coming up.
Yes.
So we have a little.
You received one of these. I'm not sure if it's supposed to date. So,
okay.
Just.
Is your mic on? Would you check your mic, make sure it's on?
I see a green light at this end. You usually have to hold it very close. But it's on.
Right. So my understanding is that we are going to go through the presentation that was presented down in Jeffco. Happy to answer any questions at the end. And putting my legs into the table. All right. So just starting generally as a general overview, I serve as a liaison to the federal, state, and local agencies and community stakeholders throughout the First Judicial District. This is really important given the complexities of our work, which starts from community level and can become part of the national conversation. When I entered office in 2021, we faced a number of unfamiliar issues as we were coming out of the pandemic. And we were not equal pay compliant as an office when I entered in January of 2021. So we engaged with an auditor and worked and committed to equalizing pay throughout the office in the first 100 days. We accomplished that. And we began to work through the COVID limitations. We were one of the only jurisdictions that by summer of 2022, we were through the major case backlog, which really meant in practicalities that we had people in court on homicide trials almost every other week for a number of months in order to catch up. The reason why those cases were not tried during COVID was because we could not congregate a large enough group in a single place in order to seat a jury. Because homicide trials were often looking for 80 upwards to 150 people to come together to be part of the pool for jury service. So we were through our major case backlog by the summer of 2022. Under my leadership, I've catalyzed a number of investigations and prosecutions that exemplify our community's expectations that we prosecute cases with neither fear nor favor. I have investigated 2 law enforcement agencies, and we have prosecuted a number of police and former law enforcement on charges ranging from sex offense to fraud. We are committed to justice in all aspects, and we have a conviction integrity unit that has considered cases of innocence, but has been most effective in considering cases of iniquities. So we've worked with national partnerships to look at sentencing outliers and really try to evaluate what is just. The work of the Conviction Integrity Unit often also ensures that our appellate unit, which used to be a single attorney and is now 3 attorneys, can really use their trial and post-trial work effectively and not with claims that are best suited handled by the Conviction Integrity Unit. In 2021 and 2022, I responded to a record number of critical incidences where there were claims of officer uses of force. I respond to all of those and I'm on call 24/7, 365 days a year, unless I briefly leave the country, in which case we leave all of our tech devices inside the country for security purposes. So, however, we had a record number of officer-involved shootings in the first 2 years of my administration and jail deaths. And those included 2 cases where officers were murdered. And the first resulted in the assailant being killed by law enforcement. The second resulted in trial. And my trial team was recently awarded as the prosecution team of the year by the Colorado District Attorney's Council. We also, along with equal pay, wanted to immediately address the pathways or the diversion program. We relaunched that in 2022, working with national consultants to really develop a pre-plea program. So at the time, we were the only metro area office that did not offer any diversion before someone entered the court system. We do offer that now. It includes low-risk, low-level folks and folks who are trying to get out of the cycle of Department of Motor Vehicle. Perhaps one day we will be in a situation where our community can have someone lose their driver's license and get around by public transportation. That is not happening anytime soon. So our assumption is in our community, if people are struggling with DMV, they are likely going to drive anyway. And we need to get them out of that cycle with DMV so they can get insured and be safer for all of us. In 2023, our program served 370 people a month. I'm sorry, 180 cases per month. The prior program served 370 people per year. So we've significantly increased the number of people that we serve and the impact to the community. We continue to follow a data-driven approach, particularly trying to solve folks who are kind of repeatedly coming in on lower level drug offenses. I wish I could tell you there's a perfect model somewhere in this country for how to do that. We don't know what that is, but we continue to tweak our modeling and currently have a agreement with a healthcare provider to do immediate intakes and evaluations for folks who are looking to engage in drug treatment on site in the Pathways office. This is separate and distinct from anything being offered anywhere else in the community. We also moved to a hold or release bail model. That is within current statute. What that looks like in practice is that if my DA, upon evaluation of the case, believes that this person can be supervised in the community, we are asking for a personal recognizance bond. If we do not believe that someone can be supervised in the community, we are not picking a random number out of the hat anymore, which is the practice across most of the country. Rather, we are asking for a cash-only bond and telling the court we do not believe that person can be safe in the community. That kind of bifurcated analysis has resulted in less than 10% of a new arrest rate and ensures that the folks in the jail are really there because they are not safe in the community rather than they cannot post a $2,000 cash surety bond. Now, judges can still set whatever the bond they like. So it's not a pure process, but our office has focused on making more consistency across the board, meaning that it really does become the variable is the court and not the DA. And people aren't at risk of getting different bonds based on who happens to be in court that day. In this vein, we've also started the Metro-wide Fresh Start program. Boulder was the initial jurisdiction that did a Fresh Start program. And what that means is that everyone who is kind of on the front line of the justice system gets together on a Saturday and people can come in and clear a warrant without the fear of arrest. Now, it's not open to everybody. It does not include victim crimes. But oftentimes we are seeing folks who had a slip up with their probation officer and just out of fear never went back to probation. We can handle that because probation is in the room with us. When we began this program, Boulder was as I said, the first one to do it. We were a close second. And then what we've really done is expanded this to metro-wide. So the last time we did a Fresh Start program, there were people online across the metro area, Arapahoe, Adams County, Denver, Boulder, and Weld, that meant that if someone had, for example, driving issues across the metro area, they could clear that up in one shot. And that way they could move on to whatever came next for them in their life. I hope to see the Metro-wide Fresh Start program continue, and obviously the first judicial district can serve for Gilpin County and Jeffco whenever these programs arise. So as you all know, we often are seeing folks in our justice system in Gilpin that are really metro area residents and are probably, if they're getting in trouble up here, may have gotten in trouble somewhere else as well. I came to this office with 10 years of experience, both in this county and Jefferson County. And my real commitment is to make sure that we have an office that's sustainable. A sustainable office is one where experience is rewarded and recognized, and that we try to minimize turnover when necessary. COVID really turned over all DA's offices. We lost a lot of people to, no offense to anyone at the table, but to civil litigation and family law that they could do in their pajamas. I can't offer that. And so we had to work incredibly hard to expand our community engagement and recruitment efforts. We created a DA ambassador program, which is a staff-led program to engage students at the high school level, colleges, and law schools, and to offer a chance for folks to shadow us for a day, pretty low commitment, to volunteer, and to work for pay if they are law students. We now, thanks to the ambassador program, recruit nationally. As you know, we only have 2 law schools here in the state of Colorado. They vacillate with their connection to the public sector. And therefore, we really have to look beyond our borders in order to bring in enough people to staff a high intensity office. We hired 7 recent graduates from law school in 2024, and half of that class that came in were recruited actually on the East Coast and were not Colorado residents at the time. Once people join our office, we have a formal mentor program where new professionals can develop relationships and skills across the office, and we hope that that helps kind of embed them. After COVID, we maintained a 16-hour work from home pattern. Most of my folks can't actually take an entire day to work from home. And so what we allow them to do is to use that time around their court calendar. So they may finish up at 2 o'clock in court and decide that they would much rather be on their couch to answer emails until the end of day, or until 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock at night. Jefferson County works 4/10s is their schedule, but as I often remind my commissioners, the DA's office tends to work 5/10s on a good week. And so we do allow them that 16 hours of flexibility. One of the key focuses of my administration has been collaboration and data collection. When we saw a rise in hate crimes across Colorado, we engaged in a multi-agency safety and pride effort, which is a network of professionals in law enforcement agencies and in the DA's office that are a resource within their agency to respond to hate crimes and to be educated in LGBTQ responses that are culturally appropriate and supportive of victims. We've had a lot of great results that have come out of that. And to be frank, a lot of prosecutions that wouldn't have happened 10 years ago because that network is working. We also initiated a bipartisan data collection effort with the 18th Judicial District. That was my Republican counterpart. And we both really wanted to have more concrete conversations around criminal justice issues within the state of Colorado. That led to initially 8 out of 22 at the time jurisdictions joining our publicly available data set. We worked with a local researcher that was first at DU and then at CU. And then our national resources were at the University of Loyola Chicago and Florida International University with part of the Prosecutorial Performance Indicator Group. With the success that the first 8 jurisdictions had in publishing data, we then were able to bring all but 2 jurisdictions online, making Colorado, frankly, thanks to my leadership and engagement on this issue, the most transparent prosecutors in the country. I continue to lead national conversations around data and technology, thinking about how we could get to a point of having closed system AI work, and how we could also just increase the effectiveness of prosecutors, because the cases, as we discussed during this budgetary conversation, are getting more complex from a media perspective. And I am not going to wrestle up another 100 DAs anytime soon. So we will continue in this next 4 years to lead the way on kind of the essential questions of what prosecutors do and how we do that in an effective way on behalf of the community. I am currently the past president-elect of the Colorado District Attorney's Council. I anticipate a busy legislative session as always. And I think the First Judicial District continues to be one of the most, frankly, successful and forward-thinking DA's offices in the state. So turning then to the packet that you received, what we do is it's very difficult to compare what DAs do with other professions. In the course of a day, I actually had this lovely experience of talking to a DU trial class, a CU trial class at the law school last, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, forgive me, they're all blurring together. And they said, well, what does your typical day look like? Well, that had been an interesting day because I had gotten up at 5 in response to an officer-involved shooting. I had led that investigation in the basement of the Lakewood Police Department from about 6 a.m. after visiting the scene until about 11 a.m. Come back, I do a number of staffings because homicides are all staffed with the DA prior to filing, updates on other case staffings. We did a number of debriefings about potential statutory provisions that were kind of coming, bearing down on us as an office, HR updates, and, the staffing decisions draw on all of my experience from everything from, human trafficking elements or child deaths and just, potentially an aggravated robbery. So I spent a lot of yesterday talking about the 211 prison crew during one of the staffings and really just trying to emphasize that the DA job is unlike most other legal jobs. So the most beneficial thing often to look at is how other DAs are paid. And what we did is put this packet together while a number of DAs were still presenting to their commissioners, or in the case of Denver, their city council. So if you turn to this page with the tables on it, at the bottom is expected salary requests, and I have some updated information that I'd like to provide you. So beginning with the 18th, and I apologize, I think in judicial districts and I think everyone else here probably thinks in counties, so forgive me. The 18th is now just a rep, right? Because of the district split. So that request, and I am sorry, I don't know how many went through today versus last Tuesday. I was teaching most of Tuesday to the newly elected DAs down in Colorado Springs. So that was a 250,000 with a 4% annual increase. The 19th, which is Weld County. And if you'd like me to emphasize who's in what term, I certainly can tell you that as well. The 18th would be an incoming newly elected. The 19th is actually in the third term. His request was 250 and again, a 4%. '21st is Mesa. I call them the Fighting 21st, and they call themselves that as well. I think they have hats. That is I believe, a 250 request, and there was a percentage increase as well, but I haven't been able to confirm that. So that is also on an annual percentage increase.
Was that a new position or is that
He is coming back for a third term.
third term? Thank you.
Yes. The second is Denver, though the media also often makes Denver the first. And of course, we all know historically that would be inaccurate. The second is a first-term DA. He actually, and I only know this because he got a little write-up in the paper, which you may, have feelings about, was 244, not 254. And he's asking for 4% annually. My request is 265 with 2% annually in the first here. The 23rd is the new Douglas, Lincoln, Elbert. That's the new jurisdiction. I believe, but I have not been able to confirm, that it's 265 flat with no percentage change. And the fourth, which is El Paso and Teller, in some ways like us, in some ways not, was an increase from 215 to 265. That DA's office, I would say, is kind of chronically behind in salary and pay. So that DA is in his second term, and that was his request, and it was granted. And the last is the 17th, so Adams County and Broomfield. For purposes of comparison, Adams County is most like us, the 17th Judicial. It is a large county that it has a small county next to it. It is similar in population, and it is similar in DA's office size and budget. That said, they do have, last I heard, 30 more FTEs than we do, which goes to kind of my overall conversation that we have, because of Tabor in Jefferson County, kind of the long-standing understaffing and kind of doing more with less. But that DA in the 17th in Adams and Broomfield requested and was granted 295,000 flat with no percentage increase.
DA King, since Jeffco just passed the debrucing, do you
Yes.
see that changing in the future? That there might be more available to help you?
That's my expectation.
Okay.
Yes, I think there's a lot of things that we have let kind of go by the wayside because we've been under kind of this constant concerns about what the next year would bring due to Tabor, and certainly COVID was, since it ratcheted down, was very scary, I think, for all of us. And I know we talked about during the budget presentation as well. The ballot measure called for funding of public safety. And so I think that leaves the DA's office in good stead to kind of consider where we have not kept up with our counterparts and what the community expects us to be providing.
Mhm.
So that is all the information that I have. to share, and that encompasses the presentation that was made at Jefferson County. So thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Well, first, I'd just like to comment and thank you for, I know, taking some progressive steps with Gilpin. I know we now have, what, 2 investigators dedicated for us, and that's appreciated, and some of the other work and help. That's really helped our sheriff's office and really helped things for the county moving on. So we do appreciate all the work we've done in that regard, as well as the other programs. I know we've signed to the MOU for the new, for the Fresh Start or Pathways and Diversion Program as well.
And we
that's
we
very
take
good.
advantage of that a lot for Gilpin,
Yeah.
knowing that that's often a better use of resources,
Mhm.
is to send people down the hill. Though I think we should probably, it's ripe for another conversation about how best to serve the population that we are seeing in the Pathways program, as it's often related to gaming. And how that should work moving forward. We do have a new director of the Pathways program. His name is Pat Hetrick. He comes to us from Denver, and at the time that before the ballot measure, we're still excited to have him, don't get me wrong, but we were very excited to have him because he ran kind of a community-based program on behalf of the city of Denver and had brought in $10 million of grant funding in order to expand programming on behalf of the city of Denver. And we were really in a position where grant funding was going to be probably our only option to expand that program. And so I think he's well suited to kind of push us forward, knowing that, like Adams County has a diversion coffee shop. Now, we're not going to have a coffee shop anytime soon, but it gives you an idea of scale and kind of community reach that other diversion offices have provided to the community. So,
I have a question on the Fresh Start program. You indicated that there are certain areas where the clients can go and clean their backgrounds up. Is that a position, do you have that facility here in Gilpin County, or they're all in the metro area?
So we've tried it in a couple of different places. We started at the fairgrounds, and what we realized, we didn't have enough public transportation that came to the Jeffco Fairgrounds in order to make that really feasible. We were often we had, I think, 2 folks that had been walking on Highway 6 in order to get to the fairgrounds, and were picked up by law enforcement and first responders and driven to Fresh Start in order to take care of their warrants. I think that now that the judiciary is so much better at WebEx, what we have found is that if we can get people to respond to the location closest to them, we can WebEx between communities. And so the district court judges can sit and preside over a Gilpin or a Jeffco case. And so it really only takes one of them to be available and serve on behalf of the whole county. And then that person can essentially, if they come to the Jeffco facility, can then sit on WebEx and talk to Boulder or talk to Weld and clean up whatever warrant would qualify for those programs. So WebEx has made the location less important for the kind of cross metro work that needs to be done in order to serve these folks. So believe it or not, Denver was the last one to join our process. And we, frankly, that was kind of a gaping hole for our ability to serve folks that were taking the time to come in. So when someone WebExes over to Boulder, say, they're going to have a chance to talk to probation, talk to a public defender, and talk to a judge in Boulder in order to clear up whatever they have in that county.
So someone from Gilpin County would have to go to either Boulder County or somewhere in Jefferson, or they could.
Yes, they'd have to come to one of the locations in order to take it. But what we ultimately settled on is actually the courthouse, which was not my first choice. I really wanted it to be a community-based place, and also to make sure that it wasn't a place where people presumed that even though they said they weren't going to get arrested for a low-level offense, that they actually would believe it. Turns out, though, that the courthouse is still one of the easier places to get to in Jeffco because people could take the train if needed and the bus services. And so we had not accounted for that when we were thinking of just kind of the welcoming aspect versus the actual accessibility aspect. There were also some other ideas and we had concerns about. We do have people come in wheelchairs, and we do have to think about just general ADA compliance. And so getting it outside of a government building, which would be probably the most welcoming, also seems the most fraught in some of the kind of basic needs. So for now, it will be at the Jeffco Courthouse. And in our last go round, I think we served close to 150 people. By contrast, a daily courthouse docket is going to run between 25 and 45. So we really did almost 2 days worth of work in that time frame, and often are providing other services. Public health is often there, and I can't even actually remember all of the folks that tend to appear, but so people can get a vaccine while they're there. People can get signed back up. Often are providing resources for Medicaid, and DMV sometimes is there. They have a mobile unit, so people could, even if they weren't there because of a license issue, could maybe step outside and take care of that. So we really try to dump as many services as we can into that event.
I also want to compliment you on your innovation and that you are really making some systemic changes and also addressing people that are disproportionately affected because of their income or their access to transportation, just to make it a little more equitable.
Trying.
Yeah, so I appreciate hearing all of that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any other comments or questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to echo the chair's position. We appreciate you taking the time to come up here and talk to the county. We're one of 2 members of the first judicial district, so we appreciate you walking through all the good work that you do. And I know we know you're very busy.
Well, I appreciate that. Actually, this morning, as I told Mr. Rears, I was supposed to be out of office. My daughter had her play. And so I appreciate the flexibility in the calendaring because I got to catch most of it before heading up the hill. So that makes a difference. And we are all trying to balance more than one thing other than what we show up for 8 to 5. So thank you.
Right. Make time for family instead of squeezing them in.
Right.
Madam Chair, if I could just speak real quickly to the
Sure.
resolution. So the resolution acknowledges the salary request and approves it. The resolution also talks a little bit about all of the other financial contributions that Gilpin County makes to the DA's office that isn't necessarily salary. And I think it's important for the citizens to understand that Gilpin is an active member and contributor to the DA's office. I did have an opportunity to talk to the county attorney of Jefferson County about this. They have a similar resolution happening, I think, today as well. And so this all dovetails very nicely. So that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on the resolution.
Oh, okay. I don't believe any other questions.
I think just one element, I think it's important for the board to be aware. It's my understanding, but I would defer to the county attorney, that the Jefferson County resolution indicates that any increase in salary will be fully paid for from Jefferson County and not Gilpin County. And the contributions that Gilpin provides is for the overall operation of the district attorney's office. So
Yeah.
just to clarify.
Right.
Yes, it backfills that. And so we appreciate that as well.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for coming up
Thank you for having me.
and the presentation.
Would you like me to leave this off?
Yeah, I believe you can turn that off. Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, go ahead and stand for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt Resolution 24-180. This is a resolution approving an increase to the First Judicial District Attorney's Office salary.
A second?
Having the motion in a second, all in favor? And the resolution is adopted 3-0. Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, okay, we'll now move on and open the floor for public or press comment. Again, limited to 3 minutes for each person. And do we have anyone signed for comment? And is there anyone online?
No one online, Commissioner Berman.
Okay, I think there's no one for public or press comment. Then we'll close the floor and move on to the Board of County Commissioners reports. And we just had a week in between. Guess I can start. I took part in interviews for the Triad Bright Futures Board that will be convening starting in January of 2025. Also took part in executive board meeting for the Triad Bright Futures where we approved their budget and new set of bylaws. And also would like to comment on the county's holiday dinner and thank our HR department for the hard work that they had done in terms of having that organized. It was great. And then also to congratulate all of the employees that had special recognitions at the dinner. Also went to the Winter Arts Festival where thank goodness I was able to get some of my Christmas shopping done since I haven't been able to go down below. So that was great. And I think it was well attended. And I think a lot of the vendors seemed really busy. And let's see, Commissioner Mornes?
I want just everything that you went to, except for the triads. Also attended the senior leadership team meeting and the holiday dinner, and which I was very pleased that I was able to give out some of the awards to the people who were there who'd had the achievement awards and also for their longevity for employment. I think there was someone with 30 years of employment, which was very impressive. So that, and then the Winter Arts Festival at the Recreation Center, I was able to attend that and help some of the vendors with their helping them cover themselves when they had other things to do. So.
Well, first of all, I want to express Gilpin County's thoughts to Sheriff Rick Alber's family and to the Clear Creek County employees and community. He did pass away earlier this week. So I just wanted to express that. In the last week, I attended a mountain rail check-in, which was literally 15 minutes. It was just to check in and see what Gilpin County had done progressing on any of our steps toward assessing a rail station in the county and working with partners. And that was right before the Mountain Rail open house, which I did not go to. They told me it was pretty much the same as the last one. I took a state virtual Board of Health training. This was a new model that they were offering, and so it was live, interactive, and I found it really valuable to do that. I went to a co-chair orientation because I was elected as the co-chair for next year. Then with our opioid council, we were discussing allocating the 12 million of available settlement funds for the next 2 years and also pass the budget for the board there. And I also would just like to say Happy Hanukkah and Happy Kwanzaa and Merry Christmas to everyone. And I hope you enjoy your holidays.
Okay, and now for the notice of public meetings. Just a reminder for everyone, county offices will be closed December 24th and 25th, and also I believe January 1st. Our next Board of County Commissioners meeting will be January 14th in 2025, and a work session is planned for January 21st, 2025. And yes, just wishing everyone happy holidays, and for those traveling, safe travels. And now we'll take a motion to adjourn Board of County Commissioners and to convene to executive session.
Okay, I can do that. Madam Chair, I make a motion to adjourn the Board of County Commissioners meeting and to convene as the adjourn to the executive session, discuss the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of real, personal, or other property interest under CRS 24-6-4024A, and also to adjourn for executive session for a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS 24-6-4024B, and adjourn to the executive session for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and/or instructing negotiators under CRS 24-6-402-4EL.
Okay,
Do we need to state the time?
and it'll, oh,
And the time is,
I mean, that we're.
the time the executive session will
If you.
convene.
it'll be at 3?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right.
Adjourn to 3 o'clock, 3 p.m.
I'll second.
Okay, having the motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
And we will adjourn to executive session at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming back.